Chris is going to do that for us. Actually, let's put this chair up here and ready to go. I'll just slide it in front of the mic. Mr. Majority Leader, I have a... Sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate waive Rule 1B so that a non-member may offer the Pledge of Allegiance.
Motion is to waive Rule 1B so that a non-member can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Rule 1B is waived. Senator Garcia, would you like to introduce our guest?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I appreciate you waiving this rule so that my son, but at least in the great District of Pueblo, known as my Chief of Staff, Zan Garcia, who is at Sunset Elementary, could lead us in the pledge.
Go ahead.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Appreciate it, buddy. Approval of the journal, Senator. Oh, do we have that kind of thing to do? Okay, yeah. I did forget that one little thing. Mr. Carpenter, would you please call the roll?
Senators Aguilar, Baumgardner, Cook, Coram, Court, Crowder, Donovan, Finberg, Fields, Garcia, Gardner, Guzman, Hill, Holbert,
Senate will come to order.
John, Jones, Kagan, Kafalis, Kerr, Lambert, Lundberg, Marble, Martinez-Huminick, Merrifield, Moreno, Neville, Priola, Scott, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Tate, Todd, Williams, Zinzinger. Mr. President.
Here. 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused. We have a quorum. Now, Senator Fields. Approval of the journal.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. I move the reading of the Journal of Thursday, May 4th, 2017 be dispensed with and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the motion is adopted. Colleagues, please help me welcome the Honorable Senator Michael Johnston to the chambers. All right, you're out of order. Sergeants, please escort the senator from... No. Committee report, sir.
May 4th, 2017, Committee on Finance. After consideration of Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1321 be postponed indefinitely. May 4th, 2017, Committee on Finance. After consideration of Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1079 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. May 4th, 2017, Committee on Finance. After consideration of Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1162 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. May 4, 2017, Committee on Finance. After consideration of Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1208 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. May 4, 2017, Committee on Finance. After consideration of Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1345 be postponed indefinitely. May 4th, 2017, Committee on Finance. After consideration on the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1191 be postponed indefinitely. May 4th, 2017, Committee on Finance. After consideration on the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1346 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. May 4th, 2017, Committee on Finance. After consideration on the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1349 be referred to Committee on the Whole with favorable recommendation. Recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 4th, 2017, Committee on Finance. After consideration on the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1356 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. May 4th, 2017, Committee on Finance. After consideration of Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1264 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee on Appropriations with a favorable recommendation. May 4th, 2017, Committee on Finance. After consideration of Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1313 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee on Appropriations with a favorable recommendation. May 4th, 2017, Committee on Finance. After consideration of Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1284 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee on Appropriations with a favorable recommendation. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. Senate Bill 183 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. Recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. Senate Bill 275 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. Senate Bill 301 be amended as follows. And as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. Senate Bill 303 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. Senate Bill 305 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. Senate Bill 306 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. Recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1343 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. Recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1361 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. Recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1043 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1353 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. Recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. Senate Bill 12 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. Recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1116 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1216 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1248 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. Recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1204 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. With a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1276 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation.
Senate Services.
Senate correctly printed. Senate Bill 306, Senate Resolution 43 correctly engrossed. Senate Bill 302 correctly revised. House Bill 1293 and 1317. House Joint Resolution 1025 and 1026 correctly re-revised. House Bill 1113, 1139, 1252, 1279, 1274, 1302, and 1330 correctly enrolled. Senate Bill 126 and 216.
Message from the House.
The House is postponed indefinitely. Senate Bills 9, 281, 276, 14. The bills are returned herewith. The House is postponed indefinitely. Senate Joint Memorial 6. The memorial is returned herewith.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, a brief announcement before we have someone come up and ask for a moment of personal.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we will take up a special orders calendar, and that will include at least Senate Bill 267. We will do that this morning. And then at the end of our regular business today, including that special order calendar, again, right now I only know of Senate Bill 267, We will recess and appropriations will meet in the well. There were 2 or 3 bills, the chair of approps has let me know, that did not get through their calendar this morning. So when we finish our regular business here, we will recess, allow approps to meet in the well. You can ask the chairman for a list of bills that will be considered there, and then we may come back after that. I don't know that yet. Mr. President, at this point, I would move that we proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege.
Motion is to proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order.
Yes. He's not here. Which one do you want to do? I'll do Mason. You want to do?
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd like to request a moment of personal privilege as we introduce tributes to 3 very fine men in the Metro Denver area.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to read the tribute. The tribute reads, "The Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened on the first regular session of the 71st General Assembly, hereby recognizes the significant contributions of Dr. Reverend Asen L. Phillips." Dr. Phillips, will you please stand? He is the founder of the Mount Gilead Baptist Church, which is in Denver, Colorado. The Colorado State Senate wants to celebrate the significant contributions that you've made to the city over 50 years of service as a city father that's associated with the Greater Metro Ministerial Alliance. To be a city father means that you've had to serve a ministry for over 40 years. Dr. Asen Phillips is 82 years old. And I just want you to know that your spiritual leadership has promoted justice and peace in every corner of our community, and you have been instrumental in the lives of so many people. We applaud you for your advocacy and for your collaboration with law enforcement, with city officials, with lawmakers to advance quality education, fair wages, job opportunities for the most valuable people in our community, regardless of their race. We salute you. We salute your service to our community, state, and nation. This was on request by Senator Rhonda Fields and Senator Angela Williams, given on this day, May 20th, 2017, by the state capitol, Denver, Colorado, also signed by our president, Kevin J. Grantham, President of the Senate.
Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, it's an honor to join my colleague from Arapahoe County to honor another one of our legends in the community, the Reverend James D. Peters, Jr. Please stand. Members, I want to share with you that the Reverend Dr. Peters is such a pillar in our communities. He has walked alongside with Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. He knows, he's felt it, and he's lived the fight. He is a mentor. He is a pillar in our community and has taught us so much about how we move forward and what we do as we move forward in representing our communities. So I'd like to just briefly read the tribute for Reverend James D. Peters of New Hope Baptist Church, which resides in Senate District 33. The Colorado State Senate commemorates and celebrates the significant contributions of 50 years of service as one of our city fathers. The Greater Metro Denver Ministerial Alliance, your spiritual leadership in promoting justice and peace in every corner of our communities has been instrumental in the lives of others. We applaud you for your advocacy and the collaboration with city officials and lawmakers to advance quality education, fair wages, job opportunities for the most vulnerable in our communities, regardless of race. We salute you for your service for the community, state, and our union. On the request of Senator Rhonda Fields and myself, given this fifth day, May 17th, of 2017, giving this 5th day of May 2017 at the state capitol, signed by our Honorable President, Kevin J. Grantham.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. And there's one city father that was not able to join us, and that is Bishop Phillips H. Porter from All Nation Church of God in Christ, also in Aurora area community. We just want to thank him also for his spiritual guidance and leadership over the Metro Denver Aurora area. Members, please join us as we welcome them and salute them for their tremendous service to the state of Colorado. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators. Chris, do you want to just go right down the calendar? Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the titles to the bills on the third reading of bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1293 by Representative Melton and Senator Todd, concerning the ability of a local government official to serve on a nonprofit entity's board of directors. Senate Bill 302 by Senator Quorum and Representatives Catlin and McLaughlin, concerning a clarification of the exemption for property tax of silvicultural equipment.
Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move both of the bills on the third reading of bills, final passage consent calendar, consisting of House Bill 1293 and Senate Bill 302.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1293.
Senator Sonnenberg will be recorded as a no on 1293. Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1293.
Senator Neville will be recorded as a no on 1293. Senator Marble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1293.
Senator Marble will be recorded as a no on 1293. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on 1293.
Senator Cook will be recorded as a no on 1293. Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1293.
Senator Baumgardner will be recorded as a no on 1293. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1293.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no on 1293. Senator Lambert.
Thank you. I'd also like to be a no vote on 1293.
Senator Lambert will be a no on 1293. Senator Hill.
Mr. President, I'd like to be a no vote on 1293, please.
Senator Hill will be a no on 1293. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on 1293.
Senator Scott will be recorded as a no vote on 1293. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on 1293.
Senator Priola will be recorded as a no vote on 1293. Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am a no vote on 1293.
Senator Lundberg will be recorded as a no vote on 1293. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ditto, a no vote on 1293.
Senator Tate will be recorded as a no vote on 1293. Senator Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be a no vote on 1293 and 302.
Senator Holbert will be recorded as a no on 1293 and 302. Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 302.
Senator Jones will be recorded as a no on 302. Okay. With 22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1293 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Merrifield, Senator Moreno, Senator Williams, Senator Aguilar, Senator Court, Senator Martinez-Humenick. With 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 302 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Crowder, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Tate, Third reading of bills. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title of the House Bill 1317?
House Bill 1317 by Representatives Escar and Hanson and Senators Baumgartner and Gonzalez concerning the authority of the State Historical Society to dispose of real property located on the former Lowry Air Force Base.
Senator Kafalis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. We move House Bill 1317 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1317. Are there any no votes? Senator Neville. Senator Marble. With 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1317 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Crowder, Senator Scott, Senator Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Tate, Senator Court, Senator Todd, Senator Williams, Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege.
Motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Court.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. We have some very honored guests in the chamber today, and before I read a tribute to the niece of one of them, I want to remind us that one of our former colleagues, one of my predecessors, Senator Joyce Foster, has joined us.
Senator Foster, is, for all the former senators that are in the room today, we really appreciate having you here.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also have the niece of a very distinguished member of the Jewish community of Colorado, and I'd like to read this tribute to her, if I may. Yana Vishnitsky grew up in the Soviet Union, now Russia, where she was forbidden from practicing her Jewish faith. At the age of 11, Yana decided to start a new life in the U.S. with her 4-year-old son and her husband. Shortly after her arrival, she began an 18-year career at Jewish Family Services of Colorado in Denver. Yana retired as CEO of JFS at the end of 2016. During her time as CEO, Yana tripled the annual budget and increased the number of clients served from 8,000 in 2000 to 25,000 in 2016. She has named the 2016 recipient of Outstanding Woman in Business Lifetime Achievement Award by the Denver Business Journal. Governor Hickenlooper declared December 10, 2016 as Yana Vishnitsky Day in Colorado. The House of Representatives and Senate recognize the impeccable and outstanding contribution Yana Vishnitsky has made to the citizens of Colorado. On request of Senator Lois Court and Representative Paul Rosenthal, given this day, May 5th, 2017, at the State Capitol of Denver, signed by our President, Kevin J. Grantham, and the Speaker of the House, Crisanta Duran. Please help me welcome our visitors. Thank you so much.
General Order, second reading of bill. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for General Order, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
Motion before us is for the Senate to resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of the General Order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of the General Order, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Cook will take the chair.
committee will come to order. The court rule is relaxed. Senate Majority Leader, will the clerk please read the title to the bills on second reading calendar consent?
Senate Bill 304 by Senators Martinez, Huminick, and Williams, Representative Singer and Thurlow, concerning the authority of the Joint Technology Committee. House Bill 1332 by Representative Bridges and Wilson and Senator Finberg and Smallwood, concerning State Board of Education authorization for an alternative teacher license for a person who participates in an alternative teacher program provided by a designated agency working with a non-public early child care facility. House Bill 1289 by Representative Valdez and Hanson and Senators Quorum and Crowder, concerning a requirement that the state engineer promulgate rules that establish an optional streamlined approach to calculate the historical consumptive use of a water right.
Senate Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the three bills on the general order second reading of bills consent calendar, consisting of Senate Bill 304 and the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report, House Bill 1332 and the Education Committee report, and House Bill 1289 along with the Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Energy Committee report.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the committee reports. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the committee reports are adopted. Motion for the body is the adoption of all the bills on second reading calendar consent. The motion for the body is the adoption of the consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Senate Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion for the body is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Committee will rise and report.
Bang us in. Hit that thing. Senate will come to order. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee will hold back lead reports out of consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendation to run Senate Bill 304 as amended, pass second read order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1332 as amended, House Bill 1289 as amended, pass second read order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
Motion before us is the adoption of the report to the Committee of the Whole. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 304 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1332 is amended. House Bill 1289 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. General order, second reading of bills. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for second reading passage calendar. General orders. Yeah, second reading of bills calendar.
He's new here, that's why I help him out quite a bit. The motion, as it is,
sort of,
is that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of the general order's second reading of bills calendar.
Correct.
All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of the general order's second reading of bills calendar. Senator Cook will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. The court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 296?
Senate Bill 296 by Senator Hill and Representative Pedersen concerning financing public schools.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 296 and the Education Committee report.
The Education
along with Amendment 28 to the committee report.
There is an amendment on the desk? No. Who is it?
There's no vote been called.
Oh, okay.
You're not supposed to offer an amendment until after we
But you can't call division if we haven't moved the, we're not voting on the report yet.
Senator Merfield?
Request Senatorial 5.
The committee will stand in recess for Senatorial 5. Committee will come back to order. Senator Harrell to the education report.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if that was a promotion or a demotion. Education Committee report, we did a couple of things, but maybe first and foremost, I'd like to correct some accusations perhaps that are made outside of this building for what we were working on in education. I think it highlights in these last couple of days the importance of the relationships and the trust that we have built in this place. Yes, we have strong, sometimes very strong disagreements on policy, but that should never descend into some of the unfortunate things that have happened outside of this building. So here's what happened in Education Committee. We dealt with a couple of amendments. The first amendment took the language from Senate Bill 61, which was the bill that obviously we spent a lot of time discussing in here, about equal sharing of mill levies, and amended that into the report. Then there was a separate, the intention was there was a separate set of amendments dealing with appropriations for how do we close that negative factor budget adjustment. Within that negative factor budget adjustment, again, we were before, and I came and explained it in committee, and I'll explain it here too, Mr. Chair. We were still having this debate about the best forecast we were going to use for the residential assessment rate. Given the changes that have happened in there, I let folks know that we didn't know exactly what would happen, but I was going to try to close the negative factor budget adjustment with money from the state ed fund, with newly appropriated money out of the marijuana tax cash fund, if you remember, that was used for counselors and used for a new counselor program, as well as the new affordable housing program. And then within that, Mr. Chair, we'd close that $48.8 million. And I'd let everyone know that we were probably going to have to fix this on the Senate floor as we move farther along in the process in the budget. And so I'm sure we'll be dealing with amendments on that today. However, the Appropriation Committee report dealt with that change, adding a mill levy, as well as adding the appropriation for funding that mill levy equalization fund in the Charter School Institute, as well as the reappropriated money on the marijuana tax cash fund and the state ed fund. As well, we made one other change in terms of requiring employees within all of education to have to take an oath, and we gave them a chance to really save some money and time and energy and allow them to take a pledge as well. So those were the three things we did in Education Committee. I ask for your support, colleagues.
Any further discussion on the Education and Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none? Okay, thank you. A division has been called. Will all those not in the chamber, all those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. Again, will all those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. There's Tate, okay. The motion for the body is on the education report. All those in favor, please stand. Please do not walk around. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Thank you. Chair is not in doubt. Finance report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Hill. To the bill, Senator Hill.
You have to cow it if you want a hard count on your vote.
To the bill, Senator Hill.
Yes, it is. You have to cow it if you want a hard count on your vote. Mr. Chair,
Point of order.
request a
Point of order.
senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5. Committee. committee will come back to order. Under Rule 17A, I call for a roll call on the committee report. Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I request that under parliamentary inquiry, I rise to the point of asking what the procedure will be set, given that the roll call has been requested, but the chair was not in doubt on the prior vote, and I rise to a point of parliamentary inquiry.
The chair was in doubt, and we will do a roll call vote. Please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar. Aguilar, no. Baumgardner. Baumgardner, aye. Cook.
Aye.
Cook, aye. Quorum. Quorum, no. Court. Court, no. Crowder. Crowder, aye. Donovan. Donovan, no. Finberg. Finberg, no. Fields. Fields, no. Garcia. No. Garcia, no. Gardner. Gardner, aye. Guzman. Guzman, no. Hill. Hill, aye. Holbert. Holbert, aye. John. John, no. Jones. Jones, no. Kagan. Kagan, no. Kafalis. Kafalis, no. Kerr. Kerr, no. Lambert. Lambert, aye. Lumberg. Lumberg, aye. Marble. Marble, aye. Martinez-Humenick. Martinez-Humenick, aye. Merrifield. No. Merrifield, no. Moreno. Moreno, no. Neville. Aye. Neville, aye. Priola. Aye. Priola, aye. Scott. Aye. Scott, aye. Smallwood. Aye. Smallwood, aye. Sonnenberg. Sonnenberg, aye. Tate. Tate, aye. Todd. Todd, no. Todd, no. Williams. Williams, no. Zinzinger. Zinzinger, no. Mr. President.
Aye. I already voted. Yeah.
Mr. President, aye.
The noes have it, and the Education Committee is lost. Report. Senator Hill to the Appropriations Committee report.
Thanks, Mr. President. I would move the Appropriations Committee report, but without the, I guess I still have to move it then, Mr. President. So I move the Appropriations Committee report, but ask that it not be adopted. Without the Education Committee report, there's actually, the appropriations are not applicable. We were applying and adjusting the, as I mentioned, the marijuana tax cash fund, the 15 million, the new counselor money, and the state ed fund money. So we actually don't need the Appropriations Committee report. Happy to I'm sure given what's gone on today, there might be a desire to further discuss, but we don't need the Appropriations Committee report.
Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 is granted. The committee will be in recess. Come back to order. Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Again, just to reiterate, the Appropriations Committee report was dealing with all the things we had done in the Education Committee report. The Education Committee report was not adopted, and so therefore the Appropriations Committee report is not appropriate. So I ask for a no vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also ask for a no vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Noes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is lost. Senator Hill, to the bill. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 is granted. The committee will be in recess. Committee will come back to order. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to lay over Senate Bill 296 to the end of the second reading of bills calendar.
Motion for the body is to lay over Senate Bill 296 to the end of the second reading calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and Senate Bill 296 will lay over following Senate Bill 300. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1359?
House Bill 1359 by Representative Young and Senator Gardner concerning positions in the Department of Education that are exempt from the state personnel system.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1359 and the Education Committee report.
To the Education Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the Education Committee report and the bill deal with an issue in the Department of Education in terms of the classification of its employees. CDE and the State Board support this bill. It is something that we need to do, and so I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Any further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Education Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Gardner.
Thank you. I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1359.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1359? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1359. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1359 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 300?
Senate Bill 300 by Senator Lambert and Representative Kennedy concerning the authority of the Commissioner of Insurance in implementing programs to address the rising cost of providing health care coverage to the high-risk individuals in the state.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 300 and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you. Members, we had a strike below in Health and Human Services, so this really is the bill at this point. This concerns a study that would study high cost or high risk health care as a result of new changes in federal law, and would require a study to be reported out by October 1st so that it can be considered for future action in the SMART Act hearings, as well as the department's budget request on the 1st of November.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, members. I rise in support of adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the senator from Denver, I just wanted to let the body know also that I've talked with my House sponsor, Representative Kennedy, over in the other House. There is a little bit of concern about using the term high-risk pool because, like reinsurance, we don't know what it really means. And there's been some reaction to that. He is going to check into that here probably today, and if we do have some sort of amendment that would satisfy other people, we may consider a third reading amendment in the Senate so that it goes more quickly in the House, but still working with the House sponsor on that. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 300? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 300. I thought you already did the committee. Did we not? Okay. All right. Well, the motion for the body is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the Health and Human Services Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
I would move Senate Bill 300 as amended.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, members. And as you may know, there was a little bill passed in the U.S. Congress yesterday around the Affordable Health Care Act that would allow states to create new restrictions on insurance for people with pre-existing conditions. And in the past, when these folks were not able to be insured, our state rose to the challenge and had a high-risk pool. And I think it's timely for us to pass this bill to look and see how we can ensure that as a state we continue to cover folks who have pre-existing conditions and use some new creative methods that have been used in other states that don't financially penalize those people with pre-existing conditions. And I want to thank the senator for bringing this bill forward, and I urge your support.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, and I thank the senator from Denver. Our House sponsor actually sent us over a little article about this that came out last week, and I just read the title here, Invisible High-Risk Pools, How Congress Can Lower Premiums and Deal with Pre-Existing Conditions, and then it goes on, as the bill does, to talk about reinsurance. I just bring it to your attention because we don't want things to be invisible. High-risk pools might be an oxymoron because it may not be a pool, it may be a reinsurance program, but also reinsurance programs may also be an oxymoron because we're not trying to reinsure people, we're trying to give wraparound, or at least one of the concepts is to wrap around a higher risk, risk mitigating financial system around existing insurance policies. So part of this effort on the 1st of October would task the department with coming out with some sort of glossary so we understand what they're talking about. So because everything seems to be in the language sort of internally contradictory. So thank the senator from Denver.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 300? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 300. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 300 is adopted. Will the clerk please reread the title of Senate Bill 296?
Senate Bill 296 by Senator Hill and Representative Pedersen concerning financing public schools.
Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll defer to my colleagues here for a second.
Okay. Colleague wish to speak? Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ask for Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 is granted. The committee will stand in recess. Committee will come back to order. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr.
There is an
Chair,
amendment on the desk.
I move L03.
Will the clerk please read the amendment?
Amendment L0.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, and I renew my motion for L033.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Colleagues, members, when the committee report was lost, within it and in a different topic was an amendment that I had carried in committee concerning the funding of new school programs and the timing of that situation. And I'm going to spare you all the nuances and the lengthy discussion of how it is that funds are advanced to our schools. But the bottom line is that in the spring of every year, there are projected enrollments. And school districts report those, and staff, JBC, everyone presumes funding on that basis of those projected enrollments. But we have instances, and a notable one is our multi-district online program, some of which are new and are fast-growing programs, that in the spring of the year, they have no way of knowing what their projected enrollment is going to be, and they don't know until June or July, and it has caused a problem with front-end funding for them because if you're not familiar with the term true-up, what we do every year with school finance in our schools is we do a true-up, usually in February, on funding. But in the meantime, that fast-growing program really doesn't have any funding at all, and there have been some complicated workarounds. What this amendment does is allows the state board to tap the contingency reserve until that true-up occurs so that those programs can operate. They don't have to go and borrow money on the market. They don't have to go to the treasurer and borrow money. Again, this is unrelated to the other discussion, and I would ask for an aye vote on L033.
Any further discussion on L033? Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would urge a no vote. This language was added to allow a district to draw funds from the contingency reserve if they experience a 20% or greater increase in their per pupil count. So think about that. A district experiencing a 20% increase of students over the previous year. That would be like Denver going from 86,000 students to 103,000 students in a single year. That'd be like my district, 11, going from 29,905 students to 36,000 students. It's kind of hard to imagine a scenario where that might be a reality. So how could it happen? Most likely, it would start in a rural district, most likely a small rural district with less than 1,000 students. It's unlikely that 20% of new students would suddenly appear in a community, so it must involve online students. Maybe a small rural district authorizing an online school or program. There is one district where this has happened, and it's the only one that I know of. The Los Animas School District in Bent County authorized not one, but two new multi-district online schools last year. Those schools are being AIM Global and the Immersion School for Science, Technology, and the Arts, ISSTA. Suddenly, Los Animas went from an actual enrollment of 500 students for the 2015-16 year to an actual enrollment of 1,110 students, more than double, 120% increase in a year. Language in this amendment uses the term unusual financial burden, but in this example, Los Animas Board knew what was coming. After their June 26th board meeting, the minutes reflect that CDE would, quote, not front fund new student enrollment, and instead true up in January and pay schools based on the October count numbers. And I quote from their meeting minutes, quote, this has thrown us a curveball in getting the ball rolling for our two new online schools, as now they will not have any funds from July through December. Now things get more interesting. Right below that issue of front funding is their new online school is an agenda item about a contract with Summit Education Group to manage both these new schools. A management company to manage these schools, not the board. Eventually, a contract was signed and funding would come from state per pupil money, with 10% going to the Los Animas District and 90% of the funds go to the management company, Summit Education Group. At the last Los Animas July 26th board meeting, the minutes state that, quote, Summit is still looking for upfront funding and would like the school district to commit a dollar amount of $200,000 for the month of July out of the state equalization dollars, end quote. So as Summit Education Group is actively looking to expand with online schools in other small rural districts and communities, this issue will again pose a problem. Hence the amendment added that was being attempted to be added right now to help the cash flow for the Summit Education Group. I would urge you to oppose this amendment.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Well, actually, my colleague from Colorado Springs is not informed. There's another rural district, Byers, that experienced the same and similar problem, and it didn't involve those actors at all. So this is a statewide problem. It is a problem, and the senator makes the point. This is not a situation that occurs or is going to impact the Denver public schools in that way. It is any kind of a program that most likely a small district or a rural school district is going to adopt that would increase their enrollment. This is not about education management organizations. It's about a school district and the school district's funding. The school district goes to the state board and requests the school district, let me emphasize that, the school district, not any management company, not its operator, the school district requests these programs, and the school district and its children that are enrolled there are entitled to these funds. So you can distort this any way you wish, but the fact of the matter is this is an impediment to education reform. It is not a request that these districts receive money to which they are not ultimately entitled. It is a question of cash flow. It is a question of supporting the program which the state board would have at that point have approved, the elected state board. And so I ask for an aye vote on L033.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just point of clarification, I'm going back through this, and I know when we heard it in committee, it was amendment number 4 after a long discussion on amendment 2. So I'm still not quite sure who benefits from this and why it would be included in the school finance bill. So just point of clarification, I'm sure you must have a chart of districts. You mentioned buyers, but who else benefits from this? Because when you see a 20% change, I know that we see a lot of that, where students might start off in a public school and maybe go to a private school or homeschool, or there may be some changes along the way. So at what point is that 20%? Is it on the school count day? What does that look like in terms of a 20% or greater increase in the number of pupils? And so if I can have a little more explanation, I'd appreciate that.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad you asked, Senator. You know, I assume that the senator from Aurora, having served on the education committees in the House and Senate far longer than I have, knows all of the details of how the Colorado Department of Education transfers money to our districts. But just in case you don't, and I would stand corrected if you have some better information and understanding, but in the spring of every year, districts project their enrollment based on what they know, what they expect, what they're going to have on 1 July. Now, as the senator from Aurora knows, they don't do a count till 1 October. So they're projecting on enrollment that may be quite different on 1 October. But in any case, the Joint Budget Committee and the Colorado Department of Education go into the whole budget cycle based on those projected enrollments. Meanwhile, new programs can be approved by school districts and by the Colorado Department of Education, and the two notable ones are in the Byers and Los Animas districts. And they happen to be with multi-district online programs. Now, these programs are approved on district request, school district request, local control request by the State Board of Education. And they result in small districts, the kinds of enrollment increases on 1 July or 1 August, when that program starts up, that are talked about in this amendment, 20% or more. Now, you can question the merits, Senator, of multi-district online programs or new programs or education reform and so forth. This amendment's not about that. It's about finance. You ask the question, what does this have to do with school finance? It has everything to do with school finance because it has to do with the cash flow of how these funds go to these districts. Now, one of the things that happens in the School Finance Act and in school funding is that we don't really know, as we're passing the School Finance Act, hopefully today, what the October 1 count is actually going to be. And so what happens is that schools do with their projected enrollment, and they do on their projected enrollment past October 1, and it turns out that very typically, when we do the supplemental appropriations for the following year, I hope you're all following me still, year to year, that we do a supplemental appropriation that maybe adds to, or heaven forbid, but it has happened, subtracts from the School Finance Act. And it is at that point, and only at that point, that the Colorado Department of Education then goes back and says, oh, now what was your enrollment actually? And you know, if it's 100 students more or less, that, you know, for a small district, that could be kind of a problem. But as a cash flow matter, they've been receiving that money for a set of students. But if they have rapid growth due to a new program, they aren't receiving any of that money. They're having to figure out how to provide for those students. And if they choose to have an education contractor, that's their business, that's local control that we always talk about. If they choose to have one of these programs approved by the Colorado Department of Education, that's a matter of a local school board decision. So, what it has to do with school finance is everything. It has everything to do with how these funds are transferred from the Department of Education to the local district. That's appropriate within the School Finance Act, and that is what this is about. Now, we could spend, and I'm happy to spend another hour with you here in the well to discuss the details and nuances of the School Finance Act and how funds are transferred from CDE to local districts. But that's kind of a primer on it for those of you who don't know how that's timed.
Any further? Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Long story short, this amendment benefits a minuscule portion of our schools and districts in the entire state, intentionally so, picks winners and losers, with a very small number of winners that happens to be for online schools. That's the only way you're going to get a 20% increase in any district. Once again, the whole process, the whole thought process behind this bill is wrong, and it should not be on the School Finance Act, and I would urge you once again to oppose this amendment.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I urge you to support this amendment. It doesn't matter if this is the entire education world or if this is a very small segment of it. This is about fairness. A vote for this amendment is a vote for fairness of the money following the students. A vote against this is a vote basically for something else. And I urge the vote in matter of fairness to make sure that the money is actually following the students and actually make sure that we are honoring the wishes of those parents and students.
Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it were a matter of fairness, there would be nothing about 20%. It would apply across all 178 districts. They would be trued up at the same time this amendment tries to true up these two particular schools. Therefore, if we want to be about fairness, we would defeat this amendment. And once again, I urge a no.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. I just want to share with the rest of the chamber how I'm thinking about this amendment as we decide how to support it. I just kind of sat down and went through all the schools in my district, kind of pictured them in my mind, particularly the schools that I went to. I'm most familiar with those in my hometowns. And then I imagined, what would a 20% growth look like in each of those schools? What would the accompanying families moving into the community look like in order to get a 20% growth in those schools? And I was quickly able to come to the conclusion that this amendment would almost impossibly impact or help out any of the schools in my district, because a 20% student growth would be a population influx into the communities that would just be hard to imagine how that would occur. So clearly this is targeted at a distinct group of schools, not our standard schools that exist in our communities that we picture. So I urge a no vote on L033 because I think it's a pretty targeted amendment. Thank you.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment is about fairness. Let's talk about fairness. So the Los Animas School District in Bent County authorized not one but two new multi-district online schools last year. Those schools being AIM Global and the Immersion School for Science, Technology, and the Arts. Suddenly, Los Animas went from an actual enrollment of 500 students. So those are 500 actual students going into the brick and mortar buildings in Los Animas for students for the 2015-16 to an actual enrollment of 1,110 students for 2016-17, a 122% increase in students. Now, the school board knew that this would happen. The school board knew by authorizing this multi-district online charter school that they were going to be all of a sudden getting all these students from all over the state that are now students at this online school, and that they would become part of their school district. You know what students that this amendment is particularly unfair to? Those current, the actual enrollment of 500 students that are in Los Animas right now. Those are the students that are being left behind because the school board made a decision to authorize a multi-district online charter school and bring in all these other students, overburdening a small school district that has 500 real-life students that they're trying to educate, and basically overnight more than double the size of the district, making sure that the administration and the teachers and the students in that district, all of a sudden we're now a minority population in their own district. Most of the students in this district are now these multi-district online students that live somewhere else. This amendment is trying to get more money for that one small district because of these students that don't even live in Los Animas. Sure, eventually, the school board and that school district will start getting more money, but the school board knew this going in, or at least they should have. And if they didn't know that this was going to happen to the population of their school district, shame on them for not doing due diligence in how these multi-district online schools operate. So let me tell you a little bit about these multi-district online schools. Most of whom are charter schools, not all of them, but most of them are. This is what they do. Is they get authorized by a district, oftentimes a small district, that doesn't really have the resources for oversight. And they're helping out that district. The students are getting the per pupil funding. And that district then, even though the students live somewhere else around the state, that district is getting the per pupil revenue. So it's working out. The online school is operating. The kids are getting their revenue. They're worth that revenue, and that money is going to the district, and then the district is passing some of that through to the school. But what happens is that there's almost no accountability. There's almost no accountability. And when these students perform poorly, which any of you that have read that article, that Ed Week article, detailing the progress or lack of progress of accountability and achievement of many of these students in many of these schools across the state, when those results are tabulated across the board, these schools are failing our kids. But we do, here in Colorado, we have an accountability system in place. Well, that accountability system takes 5 years to really operate, to correct the ship. And about year 3, year 4 of this accountability system, those districts get nervous. Like this example I said, this Los Animas, the Los Animas School District. They start getting nervous because now over half their students are these online, multi-district online students, and they're pulling down the accreditation, they are pulling down the accountability ratings of the school district. And so that's when the school district now comes forward to the school and says, look, you need to clean up your act. You need to actually start teaching these students. Or we're going to pull your accreditation and we're not going to authorize you anymore. We're going to pull your authorization. And you know what that online school does? They go authorizer shopping. They simply pick up, they're like, fine, we don't need you anymore. They go find another district who will authorize them. And they can do this because they're not a brick and mortar school. They're an online school. The students are all over the state of Colorado. And they can simply find another district to authorize them, sets the clock back to 0, and now they have another 3 or 4 years where they can do whatever they please. The money is flowing, and there's no accountability. And when they get to that year 3 or 4, they simply go authorizer shopping again, and they find another district. And you know who this is really unfair to? Are those 500 students who are actually there in Los Animas. And they're there before this online school comes in. They're there after they leave. And the money comes in, but then the money leaves. And it's those 500 students who are the 500 students of the people who actually live in that school district that this is most unfair to. I've been a teacher for over 20 years. I have never seen a school district or a program in the middle of the year increase by 20%. Obviously, we have evidence that it has actually happened, but I've never seen that myself. And you know what? It's been brought up that this is actually an issue all across the state. Having been involved in school finance, having carried a school finance bill myself in the past, having been on the education committees, having over 20 years of experience as a teacher, I know that the one-day count is not a good method for counting students and appropriating dollars across the state. That's why I've offered amendments and bills in the past to change that. In fact, I've had a bill in the last 3 years to address this specifically with online schools and to try to make sure that we can start looking at ways to improve this. This amendment is the opposite of fairness. This amendment is fundamentally unfair to the students in my district, to the students in almost every single one, no, actually, the students in every single one of your districts, and the students who are in the brick and mortars right now. This amendment takes money away from all of our kids and sends it to a very small number of districts, which eventually goes to these online charter school corporations. Vote no on L033.
Senator Crowder. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I can sit here and listen to this debate all day, but when somebody, the previous speaker, you know, who indicated he was a teacher for the last 20 years, when he says shame on the school board of Benton County or Los Animas, I have to protest that. If you want to have a grown-up discussion on that, that's fine. But if you start calling names to a school board and saying shame on them, I do protest that. I do not believe that we should sink that low. And I just wanted to make that comment about, you know, because you have to realize Los Animas is in my district. And I do believe that this school board is doing what is in the best interest of their school. And I will not tolerate the situation where I hear shame on my school board. Thank you.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me clarify the remark, and I was very careful with the words I spoke, that I said, if the school board went into this without due diligence, with their eyes closed, shame on them, if they did that. I have no idea if they did that or not, but I'm saying if that were to happen and the school board were to say, oh no, we didn't know what we were getting into, then I have no idea if they did that or not. I'm saying if they actually did that. I certainly hope they did not. But I'll tell you what, any school board that enters into any deal like this and hasn't done their due diligence, they really should. They absolutely really should. That is why the local voters actually vote for the school board members, is to do the due diligence and know what they are getting into on something like this. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, and by the way, still vote no on L033.
Any further discussion on L033? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L033, although a division has been requested. Will all those in the chamber not entitled to vote Can I get a glass of water, please? Yes. Okay, thank you. Will all those in the chamber not entitled to vote please be seated? The motion before the body is the adoption of L033. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. I have some this time, thanks. The motion amendment is adopted. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L035.
Stand by for a minute, Mr. Priola. Would the clerk please read the amendment? Right. We're on L015?
35.
Yes, please read L015.
35.
Amendment L015 to Senate Bill.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had planned on moving another amendment, but we'll speak to L015. This amendment cleans up language in school finance. It strikes negative factor and changes it to budget adjustment factor. It's been on my heart for many years. I think this is a terrible term that hurts our children and hurts the
did, but why don't you ask that?
profession of education, so I ask for an aye vote.
Did he move it? Would you please remove that, just in case?
Sorry. I move L015.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like a title ruling, please, if this fits under school finance, please.
We will stand in senatorial 5. Committee will come back to order. My decision is that this does fit under the bill title. Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there was some confusion on what the actual amendment was that was being offered, so I would withdraw even though we had the conversation, there was just confusion about which amendment it was that was being offered. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Todd. Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask the sponsor of the amendment if he could briefly, once again, if he did already, explain what his amendment does specifically.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, the good senator from Manitou? Colorado Springs. And Mr. Chair, this amendment is more than one page. It is a 3-page amendment, but I counted it, and in 16 places in statute, it strikes the term negative factor and returns it back to, it actually turns it back to the original term that was used before a former senator changed it to a hurtful term, budget adjustment. Ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And once again, I'm going to just ask for either a senatorial 5 or that we lay the bill over one bill. This is a 5-page amendment. This is longer than the actual bill. I just want to make sure that I'm reading it carefully. I just need to make sure I'm clear on what the amendment actually is. But it's 5 pages.
Senator Merrifield?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I mean, it sounds sort of innocuous and not important, but there's a big difference between the word negative and budget adjustment. Budget adjustment is like, let's just make a little change here. The negative factor is almost $1 billion. It's not a budget adjustment. It's negative. It's minus. It's not good. Let's stick with the truth. Negative.
Any further discussion on L015? Oh, okay. We'll stand in senatorial 5. We'll come back to order. Oh, hang on. All right, we were still in a senatorial 5. We're ready now. Committee will come back to order. Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I recognize now that what the good senator from Brighton is doing is trying to change the term negative factor to budget adjustment, and that's why the amendment is as long as it is. The unfortunate thing is, as we continue to confuse our patriots and we continue to confuse our constituents, they know the term negative factor. So now if we all of a sudden say, oh, we're going to quit calling it negative factor, we're going to call it budget adjustment, I think it adds to confusion. I really do not believe this amendment is necessary. I believe maintaining the term that has been used for the last 11 years needs to be held on to as negative factor. Again, we have got to quit playing games with our public. What they know, what they understand, and the terminology that we use at the Capitol and that we use consistently needs, needs to continue to be used. Negative factor is negative factor, and that's what it needs to be called. We do not need to soft soap it and change it to a budget adjustment. I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 15.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I urge an aye vote on L015. This term that was changed from the original term is hurtful to our kids, to our teachers. It reverts back to a more precise term, a more precise accounting term, which was used. And what I learned in school is that words mean things and we should use precise terms. Budget adjustment is exactly what this factor is for. That's why we should call it a budget adjustment factor.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we need to pass a School Finance Act. We have very little limited time that's left. We need to pass a School Finance Act. And you know what we're debating right now? We're debating an amendment that's just talking about changing words. The most important thing that we need to do right now is making sure that we fund our schools. and we're tinkering around a word.
What?
This is not appropriate to be talking about this at this time. We just have 3 days left. And we're talking about a word, budget adjustment, concern, or negative factor. Let's get to the reality of the work that needs to be done. Our schools need to be funded, and we should not be spending any more time about what do we call the impact of the inadequate funding that we have right now going towards our schools. What I understand about this budget, once we get to it, is we're looking at trying to increase funding to our schools, which is great. I think once we pass this, it looks like it might be over $200 some. Why are we talking about a word when we should be talking about dollars and cents? So vote no on this amendment.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In some ways, I agree with the previous speaker that we need to move on, but only when we get the terminology correct. And that's what this amendment is all about. It's getting the terminology correct. It's putting precise language within Colorado statute. Now, I've served for this session on the Joint Budget Committee, and this came to my attention rather early on as we were wrestling with all the various elements, and of course school finance is a huge part of that. You know, it's the biggest number we deal with in our general fund. And the confusion that arises from the terminology of negative factor is immense. And I submit to anybody who suggests that this would add more confusion, well, initially, when you make a transition from one word to another, you have to explain it. But fortunately, we wouldn't have to explain it with the new word. It's a budget adjustment factor. There is some obvious implications that have been put in place with the original term that this is replacing. But to put this terminology in place is an excellent, excellent idea. And I don't think we should dwell on this for a long time. We should just do it. Put it in place and move on with good, solid, statutory language that works and is understandable by all. Please vote yes for this amendment. Keep the law straightforward, simple, understandable, and I love it. I love it.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, if we're going to change the negative factor, we should call it debt to our children.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'm a little perplexed in the fact that we were in School Finance Education Committee for I'm not quite sure how long. I've never heard anyone come and say, oh, let's change this term. It was never brought up. It was never discussed when we were in committee. Negative factor is what it is. It is a negative factor. It helps better explain and understand how we are so far in arrears of funding public education in the state of Colorado. For us to try to soft soap it and try to put some nicey words to it doesn't tell the story. It is a negative factor. And when we talk about that to our constituents and we explain to them how this complicates the situation, people know and understand that. When we keep changing terminology, when we keep changing down here, because this is what we live in for 120 days, then we go back to the real world and our constituents say, well, what exactly does that mean? We need to be consistent. We need to be transparent and call it what it is. It is a negative factor that we are underfunding public education in the state of Colorado. Again, I urge a no vote on L015.
Any further discussion on Senator Beth Martinez-Huminick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Folks, this is really a pejorative. It does have, the word negative actually does have a negative connotation with it. And what this is it's an accounting term, a budget adjustment, which happens to our budget every single year. It has to take into account the head counts in each of our schools. We keep talking about all this funding that we haven't made up. The funding didn't exist before, it doesn't exist now, and it may not exist in the future to make up what this budget adjustment has had to do on an annual basis. We do need to have the correct terms so that people quit thinking that this is terrible, this is awful, this is not going to work in our schools. For the last 4 years, the General Assembly has actually increased the per pupil funding over what was requested. Are we where we'd like to be? Absolutely not. But are we where we can be? That's what we're working for. So I would urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Senator Kerr?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely, this is a pejorative. Absolutely. Words mean something. The negative factor. This has existed in our statutes for about 9 years. And if you were to ask anyone, is this a positive or a negative for the kids in our schools? I think you would find most people would agree that it's a negative. We've spent 9 years trying to explain the negative factor. Our constituents finally understand what we're trying to say when we talk about the negative factor, where our schools and our students would be funded if not for our constitutional Gordian knot. That is where our schools would be funded. And in fact, just to underscore that, why this is actually a negative factor, this is the last little piece of the equation. When school finance is completed and they do all the numbers and they do the equation and add money in here and subtract money there and how many students, and they have that equation, at the very end, the negative factor is applied at the end. And it is a negative factor. It takes money away. Calling it a budget adjustment hides what it is doing. I'm not sure if everyone around here has been keeping track of current events, but the people that elect us do not think we are being transparent, and they do not think we're being honest with them. We need to fix that. We need to communicate to our constituents what is actually happening with our budget, what is actually happening in these walls. Our constituents are tired of politicians playing tricks with words, moving what is a negative factor, a factor that negates money that should be going to our kids in our schools, and changing the word negative factor to budget adjustment. People are tired of these word games. It doesn't matter how you wordsmith it. This is money that should be going to our kids. It is an accounting trick. It is a negative factor that is applied to the School Finance Act formula at the very end. Voting for this amendment decreases transparency, decreases honesty in the budgeting process. Let's try We know our constituents are tired of the games down here. Let's try to be honest with our constituents. Let's try to be transparent with what's actually happening in our budget. Vote no on this amendment.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the original term was budget stabilization, and then the former senator from Denver, for some reason, decided to interject a hurtful, pejorative term into our statutes that really is unproductive for the education of our children. Reverting to a term that's more precise, more understandable, more along accounting terms, which is what school finance is. Budget adjustment factor is more transparent, makes more sense to folks, and more importantly, it doesn't make our kids feel bad about going to school and our teachers feel bad about teaching. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kagan.
Thank you. Members, this is what drives our constituents crazy. The use of euphemism, not telling it like it is, covering stuff up with clever, lawyerly language. This is what drives our constituents crazy. It's a subtraction. And a subtraction is negative. And we want to cover it up and say it's a budget adjustment or whatever it is. You know, this is why people are sick of politicians. It is why people don't have confidence in their government. If it's a negative, if it's a subtraction, let's say so. Let's admit it. Let's not try and cover it up. Let's not drive our constituents crazy. Let's not let's not detract from the already low esteem in which we are held. And I know we have a reputation for dishonesty to maintain. Let's not maintain it by adding another euphemism to our statutes. Let's tell it like it is. It is a factor that we apply, which is a subtraction, i.e. negative. Let's just say that.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, colleagues, I just was wondering if we should use this on everything that we don't fund correctly. So do we have approximately, I think, since we've cut funding for transportation and took it out of the general fund, maybe a $7 billion negative factor when it comes to our roads and bridges? Just asking.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Ayes have it. And what do you say? the ayes have it, and L015 is adopted. Is there any further discussion? There is an amendment on the desk. Would the clerk please read L035?
Amendment L035 to Senate Bill 296 by Senator Priola. Amend printed bill page 3 after line 22, insert section 2 in Colorado Revised Statutes Amendment 22.
Senator Priola. Any discussion on L035?
Mr. Chair, I withdraw L035.
That has been withdrawn. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 296? Seeing none, Senator Hill. There appears to be an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read L031?
Amendment L031.
Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, when we struck the Education Committee report, we also changed the true-up between what we're spending in school finance up to what was agreed to in the area we carved out for it in the budget. So this is that true-up spoken with my colleagues on this front. This changes the total amount we're spending to $6,634,600,182.
Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also urge a yes vote on this vote. This is the necessary adjustments that we need to make given the actions that we've taken this morning.
Any further discussion on L031? Seeing none, the motion from the body is the adoption of L031. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L031 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was going to offer Amendment 32, but I think due to the hour, I will just speak to it, Mr. Chair. Amendment 32 deals with putting language in directly that has to do with mill levy funding. It's something this body has already debated and passed out of here on a bipartisan basis. I've been working with our colleagues both in here as well as in the House, the chair of House Education Committee, as well as ranking members on the House Education Committee and the minority. We continue to work towards a compromise, towards an option that will treat all of our children in public schools equally. We will continue to work towards that as part of, I think, one of the most important issues in funding our public schools is funding all of our children equally. We will continue to work on that, Mr. Chair, but we will be working on that in the House, and with that, I just renew my motion for the adoption of Senate Bill 296.
Any further discussion? Senator Merrifield.
Senatorial 5, please.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and approved. We will stand and All right, the committee will come back to order. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 296? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 296. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 296 is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion for the body is to rise and report. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
Committee will come back to order. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, Committee of the Whole begs lead reports out of consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendation: 1. Senate Bill 300 is amended. Senate Bill 296 is amended. Passed the second read order and gross placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1359 is amended. Passed the second read order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
Motion before us is the adoption of the report to the Committee of the Whole. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter. Senator Kerr's Amendment 1 to the Committee of the Whole for Senate Bill 296.
Committee of the Whole Amendment 001 to Senate Bill 296. Senator Kerr moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Gardner Floor Amendment L033 to Senate Bill 296 did not pass. Amend printed bill page 3 after line 22. Insert section 2 in Colorado Revised Statutes 2254-117. Add 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment 1.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I think it's really important that we understand exactly what is in this amendment. It is saying that this next year, if any school or program within a school district increases by 20%, their student count goes up by 20%, that that is the sole and only case in which the school district will receive more money from the state, from the School Finance Act, will receive more money in that particular case. As I mentioned earlier, being a teacher for over 20 years, I have never seen a school or a program that has an increase like that within a school year. And I can tell you that within a school or a program, that an increase or decrease of just 5%, 10%, half of what this is saying, is a huge impact on that school and that program and that school district. If a school district has an impact of even 5 or 10%, up or down. Actually, 1% can really throw off a school, can throw off its funding, can throw off a program, can throw off a district. So I agree with the intent of this amendment. We've been working on this for years down here, trying to move away from the one-day count, the October 1st one-day count. And if you're not sure what the one-day count is, please go talk to your kids' teachers, go talk to a teacher in your district, go talk to a principal, talk to a superintendent from your district. None of us like the one-day count. It's an arbitrary date, and that's the day we have to beg, cajole, bribe the kids to come in and make sure that they're there on that day, because we want to make sure that we count every single kid who shows up to that school at any time. But it's one day, it's October 1st. Now we've expanded a little bit, there's about a 10-day window on either side, but still, the number of kids that are in school in early October are the number of bodies that the state is going to pay for. It doesn't matter if 20% of the kids leave that school in the middle of the year or another 20% of kids come in. That's the funding that school gets and that school district gets. It is not a good system. I agree with that. But this amendment that got put in only benefits, theoretically, one school district, but beyond that, it benefits a corporation. It is not for the benefit of students, it's not for the benefits of schools, it's not for the benefit of teachers, it's for the benefit of a corporation. Let me tell you about the corporation and the process that happened here that impacts this particular school. So AIM Global. AIM stands for Achievement, Innovation, Mastery. It's a school for at-risk kids in grades 6 to 12 who have struggled in traditional schools, and then immersion schools for sciences, technology, and the arts is a college prep school for students who need academic enrichment. The schools are a cooperative venture between Summit Education Group, that is not a school, that is not a program, that is not a school district. That is a private company, Summit Education Group, which will run them, and the Los Animas School District in southeastern Colorado. Funding will come from state per pupil money. Remember that, the money that we allocate to schools. Funding will come from state per pupil money, with 10% going to the school district and 90% to the SEG. Did you hear that? 10% going to the school district, 90% going to the Summit Education Group. This amendment is funding a private company. This amendment is not about fairness for kids. This amendment is about funding a particular company. I ask for an aye vote on the amendment so that we can pass a Clean School Finance Act. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 1 to the Committee of the Whole on Senate Bill 296. Are there any no votes? Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Smallwood, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Tate, Senator Lundberg, Senator Scott, Senator Cook, Majority Leader Holbert, Senator Neville, Senator Coram, Senator Gardner, Senator Lambert, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Hill, Senator Marble, Senator Priola, Senator Crowder. Please add the President. 17 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. Committee of the Whole Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 296 is lost. Motion before the body is the adoption of the report to the Committee of the Whole. Are there any no votes on the Committee of the Whole report? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 300 is amended. Senate Bill 296 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1359 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Committee reports. Leroy.
May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of Mayor's Committee records the following. Senate Bill 19 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee to hold a favorable recommendation. Recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. Senate Bill 21 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee to hold with a favorable recommendation. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1326 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee to hold with a favorable recommendation. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1303 be referred to Committee to hold. Favorable recommendation. Recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1296 be referred to Committee to hold. Favorable recommendation. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1285 be referred to Committee to hold. Favorable recommendation. Recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. House Bill 1282 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to Committee to hold with favorable recommendation. May 5th, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records the following. Senate Bill 267 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to Committee to hold with a favorable recommendation.
Message from the House.
The House is postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 43. The bill is returned herewith. The House is passed in third reading. Transmitted the revised statutes. House Bill 1352. Amended as printed in the House Journal May 4, 2017. House Bill 1278 as amended.
Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1278 and 1352.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe the next order of business would be consideration of resolutions. I will move to lay over SJR 43 until Monday, May 8th.
Motion is to lay over Senate Joint Resolution 43 until Monday, May 8th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it, and that will be laid over. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title of the Senate Bill 111?
Senate Bill 111 by Senator Neville and Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Gray concerning measures to address medical marijuana inventory shortfalls.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that on Senate Bill 111 that we adhere to the Senate position.
Is there any discussion? The motion is that the Senate reject the House amendments to Senate Bill 111 and adhere to its position. Are there any no votes on adherence? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that motion is adopted and the Senate adheres to its position. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title of the Senate Bill 74?
Senate Bill 74 by Senator Garcia and Representative Escar concerning the creation of a pilot program in certain areas of the state experiencing high levels of opioid addiction to award grants to increase access to addiction treatment in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 74.
Would you like to give a brief explanation on House amendments?
Thank you, Mr. President. And in this change, there truly was a drafting error. If you notice, what they had is they didn't have the word program, and so what it does is align that throughout the bill will say opiate program. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? The motion is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 74. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 74. Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the readoption of Senate Bill 74.
Motion before the body is the readoption of Senate Bill 74. Are there any no votes on readoption? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 74 is readopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Todd. Most everybody's already on. Consideration of governor's appointments. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the appointments listed on the calendar?
Member of the Colorado Civil Rights Commission for term expiring March 13th, 2021, Heidi Jean Hess of Clifton, Colorado, Democrat, and member of the community at large, reappointed.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the chair of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, on the day this confirmation went through, I move for the confirmation of Heidi Jean Hess of Clifton and ask for a no vote. Ladies and gentlemen, this appointment is a concern and should be a concern to us, I believe. The governor has shuffled the appointment around from what was originally the business to another seat to try and get her on the commission. But this is the lady that advocates for sue your boss and other things that I think this would be a conflict of interest, and I don't think it's a good decision for the state of Colorado. So I move for her confirmation and ask for a no vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did hear this confirmation, I believe, a couple of days ago. As far as I know, as far as I remember, there was really no debate over the merits of the candidate. I believe this individual has been on the commission already for a couple of terms, maybe 1 or 2 terms. There was a conversation about if she is a business owner to represent the business seat. I think we didn't realize until after the committee was over that she wasn't applying to represent the business position. She was applying for the at-large position. So the conversation around whether she's a accurate representation of the business community or not is sort of a moot point. She's representing the at-large position, and I think based on everything I know, her credentials and background are appropriate, and she is a natural advocate for civil rights, which to me, as a volunteer position, people that are serving our state on a volunteer basis, we should wholeheartedly support her in providing her resources and her knowledge to the state of Colorado, and I would ask for an aye vote for her confirmation.
Senator Court.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also was there for this confirmation hearing, and we didn't hear any negative comments from anybody, from the public or anyone else about this candidate. And from reviewing her credentials, she has worked in business for many, many years. She is the, I believe, regional director of a business. And so, but as the good senator from Boulder just said, she is filling an at-large position. So it feels to me like it makes sense, as I voted in committee for a very capable, dedicated public servant who's volunteering her time to sit on this commission to help us make certain that people's civil rights are respected. And that's the bottom line of anybody who serves on that commission. So I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? The motion is for the appointment of Heidi Jean Hess to the Colorado Civil Rights Commission. Are there any no votes? Senator Cook, Senator Hill, Senator Crowder, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Lundberg, Senator Martinez-Humanic, Senator Gardner, Senator Marble, Senator Coram, Senator Neville, Senator Scott, Senator Priola, Senator Smallwood, Senator Lambert, Senator Tate, Majority Leader Holbert. Please add the President. With 17 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Heidi Jean Hess is not confirmed and appointed to the Colorado Civil Rights Commission. Signing of bills.
The President has signed Senate Joint Resolution 27, 30, 35, 37, 40, and 41.
Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up a special orders second reading of bills calendar at the hour of 11:48 a.m. today, consisting of Senate Bill 267 and Senate Bill 305.
The motion is for the Senate to take up a special orders calendar at the hour of 11:48 a.m. Motion requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The Senate will take up special orders at the hour of 11:48 a.m. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for special order second reading of bills.
Motion for the body is for the Senate to resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of the special orders second reading of bills. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of the special orders second reading of bills calendar. Senator Cook will take the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee will come to order. The goat rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 267?
Senate Bill 267 by Senators Sonnenberg and Guzman and Representatives Becker K. and Becker J. concerning the sustainability of rural Colorado.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Senate Bill 267, and I believe just the Appropriations Committee report.
Could you say that again? I didn't quite hear you. Just believe what?
The Appropriations Committee report.
Okay, no Finance Committee?
There was a Finance Committee, but I think it was undone by the Appropriations. But I'm happy to move the Finance Committee report as well.
Okay, why don't you? It's on the sheet here. To the Finance Committee report.
Finance Committee report, we made a couple changes, but as I said, it was undone in the Appropriations Committee report. I just asked for a yes vote.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And the Finance Committee report is approved. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And essentially, the Appropriations Committee report is the bill. It has the strike below, which includes all the provisions we've talked about. With the exception, we toned down and met a compromise on the copays. So instead of the federal max, on two segments of the copays, which is the outpatient and the prescription, we just decided to double that. And then the business personal property tax change went from $25,000 to $18,000, so we could afford to do that fit within the dollars set aside for that. So that's it. I'll let others, I know there's others want to talk. I'm happy to answer questions, but I'll leave it up to the others. Turn it over to my colleague.
Is there any further discussion? There is an amendment on the desk for the Appropriations Committee report. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so the question is the adoption of the committee report. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Will the clerk please read L028?
Amendment L028 to Senate Bill 267.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, L028 is a familiar situation that we have, and since this is about the sustainability of rural Colorado. It's about jobs. It's about livelihoods. This is about undoing something that we've been trying to undo in this legislature for a long time. This is about what's currently called the magazine ban that was passed in 2013. This amendment basically says that we will remove that magazine restriction. It's important to rural Colorado. If you recall, a few years ago when this was passed, we actually had a succession movement within rural Colorado. People felt strongly enough about it that 3 counties, actually, let's see, Phillips, Yuma, and Cheyenne, at 62%, 59%, and 62% populations, actually voted to secede. So, colleagues, it's an extremely important thing for rural Colorado and for the sustainability of rural Colorado, and I urge an aye vote on L028.
Senator Kerr?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a title ruling.
The committee will stand in recess for a title ruling. Committee will come back to order. While the title is broad, I rule that it does not fit under the bill title. To the bill. Senator Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I renew our motion to move Senate Bill 267 on second reading.
Any further discussion? Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do want to talk about this a little bit and explain exactly what this bill does. Explain why we need this bill. Ladies and gentlemen, because of a federal mandate that expanded Medicaid and required us to provide services and more services, they also decided to not have an unfunded mandate and send money to the states if we figure out a way to come up with matching funds. So, whether we liked it or not, and I did not vote against the way we decided to vote for those matching funds, but that's neither here nor there. The people of Colorado sent legislators to Denver and provided that system, and that's the system we're in. Now, we are in a situation where in order to balance the budget, we decide to take those funds away and restrict the amount of funds that the feds have given us to be able to take care of that mandate that they gave us. They mandated we take care of the most needy. They mandated and expanded Medicaid so we take care of those people. We can argue the validity of that all day. What we're in a situation now is that you have hospitals in rural Colorado that because we're balancing the budget on the backs of hospitals, that a hospital, for example, in Hugo, Colorado, which I believe, I don't remember which financial statement I saw several from hospitals to see what their dire needs were. That hospital showed a profit of $40,000 last year. The cut to that hospital under the current budget is $301,092. What is their option? How do they remain open? That hospital has 15 beds. The only hospital between Denver and Burlington, 160-mile stretch of highway, an interstate. If the feds want to pay us or give us money for the mandates they throw on us, why would we penalize rural hospitals and take those funds away to balance our budget? Now, one might argue, and the governor's office I know argues, that there should not be a reduction at all in the Tabor C or in the referendum C Tabor cap, because the referendum C Tabor cap was put into place before the hospital provider fee. Valid argument. But I think it's important that we do what we can to control the growth of government, and I think that's why we negotiated feverishly over the last several months to reduce the cap by $200 million, to add business personal property tax credit of $18,000, to include Medicaid reform. We know that things need to be accomplished. We know that reform needs to happen. And we've agreed to that. Obviously, the biggest pushback is indeed that hospital provider fee. And I get that. I get that. I understand that. Of one of the guys that continues to defend Tabor that had to run an amendment because I removed the safety clause to change the date and appropriations. One of those guys, I get this. But I don't know how you tell those rural hospitals in rural Colorado that they don't matter when we've had a federal mandate and they've agreed to pay for that mandate, and we say, no, we're not going to take that money now. That's what this is about. This is about making sure that we take the money from that mandate of expansion of health care and give it to those hospitals that have to provide that health care. Because I can tell you, if you have a hospital of 15 beds and you take a 40% cut from your Medicaid allotment in an area in which you have more Medicaid people than in an I-25 corridor, a hospital's not going to sustain itself. This is important. Members, I'm just going to stop there. I'll allow others to talk if they want to talk. But I wanted you to know why this is important. This is important because we're balancing the budget on the backs of accessing our federal funds to meet health care requirements. I ask for your yes vote.
Senator Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, my party, the Democratic Caucus here, has been called the party in recent years that placed a war on rural Colorado. Our party has been known for years not to be as fair, and some of that I think has been true, because so much attention has been given to the voice of the Metro Denver Greater Complex. This is the time where our caucus, where our party is joining with your caucus and saying this is now about rural Colorado. Yes, this will help if it passes. It will help Denver Health to about the tune of $48 million. It will help Children's Hospital. But more than that, let me read you some of the hospitals that it will help. Montrose Memorial Hospital paid into the provider fee $4,378,000 and received close to $7 million. So that means basically that if we don't renew this, if we don't do this, that hospital, Montrose Memorial Hospital, will be down $7, $8, $9 million. How do we expect a rural hospital to take care of a deficit such as that? Arkansas Valley Regional Medical Center in Otero County will lose $6 to $7 million of their budget. We could go on and on. There's Mesa, there's hospitals, Longmont, Larimer County, all of these hospitals are here. Your hospitals, your healthcare hospitals have paid into this fee. This is not a free thing. They invest. This is a great idea. They invest. That is then matched by the government and then brings back that money to them. This is about rural Colorado. It's not only helping the hospitals, but the schools. Some people have said, well, why just help the rural schools? This is about schools, it's about roads. I've been to the rural area several times. They are pleading for us to do something about Highway 50 and some of the other opportunities that they have there. In rural Colorado, when it snows, there's no snow plowing. There's no plowing of the snow from about 5 or 6 p.m. till 5 or 6 a.m. because they don't have the budget in that area. They're not treated the same as we are here in the metro area. So I applaud my colleague and members of this side of the aisle who have begun to acknowledge the seriousness. Sooner or later, we were all going to have to come together on this issue, one way or another, if we really care about the constituents and the constituencies in our area, whether it be hospitals, roads, whether it be schools. Sooner or later, there will be the time where Republican and Democrat must come together, give and take, so that there's equity across the state of Colorado. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Corm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I wanted to thank the sponsors for the courage to stay the course, because this is important. In my opinion, the hospital provider fee, and I think if you look back when it was passed, there was a difference of opinion on whether it should or should not be an enterprise. The fact is, in my opinion, it should have been an enterprise all along. But the importance, we've already heard about how hospitals, the hospital that the town that I live in, could be affected almost $8 million. Other hospitals in my district are very similar. Some of the smaller hospitals do not put in as much money, but frankly, they don't have the resources. And yes, we've talked about roads in rural Colorado not being plowed. I was on a trip in early January from Durango to Cortez, from Montrose, going to Montrose. Normally, that's about a 2.5-hour trip for me. This particular time, I had to go around, a long way around, actually. It looked like there for a while I might have to go into Utah and come back down and catch I-70 to get back home. But we decided to take it. We pushed about 16 inches of snow on an unplowed road. Took 7.5 hours to make that trip. That is normally 110 miles. But I am full support of this because it is vital for rural Colorado that we get this passed. Our lives do matter. It's important to us. This is a bill that is long overdue. I am honored to be in full support, and thank you so much to the sponsors for bringing this forward, and I urge an aye vote.
Senator Court.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to put on my American government professor hat for a minute. I tell my students all the time that the most important letters in the word democracy, the most important letter isn't the D, it's the 2 C's, for complex and compromise. If you don't acknowledge the complexities of the issues that face our state and aren't willing to compromise to address them, nothing's going to get done. This bill proves it. This bill proves that acknowledging complexities and being willing to compromise to address them is the way we get things done. I applaud our sponsors for the hard work they've put in, both the sponsors in the Senate and in the House, for recognizing this, for knowing they were dealing with highly complex and controversial issues, and they figured out how to compromise to address them. This bill is going to help not just rural Colorado, even though that is what the title says, but as our minority leader said, it's going to help hospitals in the entire state, including many in the metro area, including some that are in my district. So it's really important to everybody that the sponsors have recognized the complexities of these issues and compromised to address them. I applaud their work and I urge an aye vote.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly agree that this is a very complex issue that has a lot of moving parts. And if you were to accomplish this, it would require a lot of give and take, which does occur down here quite a bit. But there's one thing that I do not believe should be compromised on, and that's the directives we are given from the Constitution. So we'll take that C and put it in there. That third one is the Constitution. Because we limit our efforts to that which the Constitution allows us to do and does not allow us to do. And the Constitution for the state of Colorado is very clear in Article 10, Section 20, that when you take any program and take it from the general fund to an enterprise status, that you also adjust the base, the spending base for the general fund. Actually, that applies to any district in the state of Colorado. In this case, it's the entire state and it's the general fund. And there's a fatal flaw in this bill because it does not follow that directive in the Constitution. What this bill does is it takes an $870 million program and it reduces the spending base by $200 million. Thus violating the Constitution to the tune of $670 million per year, which will occur in perpetuity. So spread that over 10 years, and we've got $6.7 billion that the people of Colorado will have to shoulder in additional spending. Now, you could say it's just a cap. Well, I guarantee we'll spend that pretty quickly around here, and the people of Colorado will pay the bill. Take it over 20 years, and you're up to, what is it, $13.2 billion or thereabouts. And, of course, the spending cap does increase, I believe, by inflation plus population, so you can even compound that. This bill has a lot of elements that have some merit on their own, but you have to take that third C into account, and that is what does the Constitution say? In this case, the Constitution says you can't go down that road, not unless you take and adjust the base as much as you're creating the enterprise. I'm a no vote.
Senator Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I go on the decision put forth by the Attorney General of Colorado, who very clearly stated that what we are doing here with moving this to an enterprise is constitutional.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I want to just, add a little bit to what my cohort from Larimer County said regarding the issues regarding 267. What we're doing here basically is violating taxpayer bill of rights, but what we're doing is violating the trust of the people of Colorado by working around them, not giving them an opportunity to vote on this debt. And trust me, it is debt. Certificates of participation are one of those nice little deals that local governments usually utilize, and sometimes school districts and others, to basically avoid a vote on a bond issue or anything else. The level this takes, certificates of participation, basically is like hanging a for sale sign out on almost everything that we own in the state of Colorado. If we're going to do that, and we're going to mortgage that, I'm not sure that's the best solution. But two things should be a part of that. Number one, the people of Colorado should have input. And number two, the solutions that we're trying to face, particularly with highways, roads, and bridges, should address all of the state of Colorado. And I'll add one more. Number three, they should be project specific so that we know what we're getting for this indebtedness that we're putting on our children and grandchildren. This bill fails in all three areas. I urge a no vote.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the bill sponsors of 267, I simply say, thank you. Job well done. The people of Colorado have been watching us and waiting for us to address this issue. And we have. And I'm just proud of the work that has been accomplished. It took a lot of hard work, it took tenacity, it took grit, and we got it done. So members, please vote yes on Senate Bill 267.
Any further discussion? Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And colleagues have brought up some great points, so I'd like to address those. Regarding the Constitution, I agree wholeheartedly. We need to follow the Constitution. You got to be a lot smarter than me, and most people in the room here are, to understand whether or not this is in violation of the Constitution. We've had two Attorney Generals, Attorney General Suthers, Attorney General Kaufman, have both said that this is. I'm assuming that if it is not, there are constitutional lawyers that will challenge this. And I understand that, and I'm good with that. Because if it is violating the Constitution, I'll be the first one to tell you that I don't want it to pass. Under the advice of our Attorney Generals, I believe that it is. We talked about highways. We talked about COPs. Yes, we've been doing COPs again for years. And I don't know the answer there either. I presume it's been challenged before for the last 2-3 decades when we started doing COPs. And when we do those COPs and talk about the priorities, it actually is in the list, the priorities. Now, do we list every project one by one? Absolutely not. No, we don't. I think the last time that was done was in the late 1890s when we put in statute that there was a trail that needed to be fixed as part of a transportation bill. When I asked around, I think that's the one I saw. But we do put in priorities such as Tier 1 priorities by CDOT. And that's in this bill, actually. The $2.4 billion, we asked CDOT to use that priority list to fund this. And that includes highways from all around the state. Now, is there a provision to spend 25% of that money in counties with less than 50,000 population, your rural counties? Absolutely. And here's why. If you look at the entire eastern third of Colorado, that Tier 1 funding, eastern Colorado gets 6%. The south half of that third, 1%. 1% spending on the entire southern third, or the southern half of the eastern third of the plains. So yeah, I think we need to prioritize some of that funding. And the truth is, I'm not so worried about new projects, is I want CDOT to have the message that now that they have money for operations and maintenance, if we can build highways up here and expand the I-25 corridor and the I-70 corridor, that they will use operations and maintenance money to actually go out there and fix those roads. Did I dictate that in the bill? No, I don't want to be a micromanager. But I can tell you those priorities are in the bill. I wanted to address the constitutionality from my perspective. I don't know the right answer. I just know this has been a compromise, and as you know, when you have one party in charge of one chamber and you have a different party in charge of another chamber, you don't always get what you want. And there are problems that need solved. And this is a problem that can't wait. Now we can talk about reducing the cap, $200 million. The other option for my Republican friends is, if this new president does block grants, the hospital provider fee goes away, the cap doesn't come down $1. Will block grants happen? I have no idea. What I am telling you is this needs addressed, and this needs addressed now. There were a lot of meetings in my office where there was screaming and yelling to find that compromise because we have two different parties in power. And I believe this is a fair agreement between the two parties to solve real issues in rural Colorado. That's why I asked for your yes vote.
Senator Crowder?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, the good senator here stole a lot of my thunder when the Attorney General the previous two Attorney Generals actually did verify this was constitutional. So, and I really agree with what the previous senator said. If for 1 minute there was any question about being unconstitutional, neither he nor I would sign on to this. But I think that this is a great, for me, this is a great day to see this come to conclusion. It's been a situation where I believe that our hospitals are just as important as our police departments and our schools and the way our society is built up. The reality is the number of people that support this is tremendous in the state who have been very vocal. Now, we're just trying to solve a problem here, but I want to thank both sponsors for carrying this bill, and I think it's just, it's not the end of the story. We still have work to do in the cost of providers, the care. But I think this is a great start. It does tend to stabilize. What you've heard today here is you've heard of Southwest, Southeast, South Central, and Northeastern Colorado. you know, those areas here that people who spoke for these areas are very well represented. You know, but what we look at is the entire state. But I think it's a very good step forward, and I would urge a yes vote. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And special thanks to the sponsors for this.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 267? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 267. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. 267 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 305?
Senate Bill 305 by Senators Lundberg and Finberg and Representatives Foote and Neville, concerning modifications to select statutory provisions affecting primary elections enacted by voters at the 2016 statewide general election to facilitate the effective implementation of the state's election laws.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 305 and the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
To the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee report amended, actually had two separate amendments that this is a part of. The first one was dealing with a lot of particulars that the current law, now this is of course the primary election law that was put in place by the voters back in November, but there are some deficiencies in that law that just don't work very well. Some details that needed to be corrected. For example, changing the word void to rejected when it came to identifying ballots that would be that were not countable. And it's simply noting that void is not the appropriate terminology, but rejected is. Another major portion is the identification that or inclusion of UCAVA voters in the open primary system that was put in place because they weren't covered. UCAVA is the overseas voters, essentially people, citizens of Colorado who are registered voters who are living in some other place than here in this country, as well as military who have been stationed elsewhere. They'd been overlooked in the original language of the now law. There was also a section, that's section 6, that deals with the way you account for an unaffiliated voter who does vote in a primary, and this had to do with how the public record is allocated. If anybody who votes in an election, it's a public record that you voted, and the way the law is put together today for the open primary system, it doesn't actually account for whether the unaffiliated voter voted in a Republican or a Democrat primary, and you have two separate elections going forward. And in order for the proper auditing of the election and therefore the verification of the integrity of the election, this is a necessary component, and that's the final section in the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the State Veterans Military Affairs Committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Is there Appropriations Committee report? Senator Lundberg.
How about if I move the Appropriations Committee report? My apologies for not having that in front of me here, Mr. Chair. But the Appropriations Committee report is to appropriate the dollars necessary for this coming year, which is, memory serving me, about $208,000 of cash funds from the Secretary of State's office, and they're simply needing the authority to spend these dollars in order to begin to implement this law that is a part of our election system today. I urge the adoption of the Appropriation Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill, as I think you've gathered by now, is because in 2016, voters approved a couple of measures that opened up the primary election process to unaffiliated voters. The titles of those two, there were two measures, and that had to be because one was dealing with the presidential, going from a caucus system to a presidential primary. The other one was about opening up partisan races to unaffiliated voters to participate in for state offices as well. This is one of those situations where voters approve this. It's in statute. And we as a body, I think, have the responsibility to make sure it can get implemented in a way that respects the will of the voters and does it in a manner that fits with the rest of our statutes that makes sense. A couple of things this bill does is that it adjusts some of the dates and deadlines for when a candidate has to file for office, but also makes some changes on the dates of in the process in which the governor and the secretary of state work out when the primary election will be. As my co-sponsor mentioned, it does include a funding mechanism and discusses that because as you can imagine in the past, for instance, the presidential primary was a caucus system, which the parties paid for, and now because of these ballot measures, the state will be responsible for compensating the county clerks for running that now extra election. And the other major issue that this bill addresses is exactly how the ballot will be given to an unaffiliated voter and how that voter will cast their vote in that primary, in that partisan primary. So the big question really comes down to should a Democrat, as we know, will get a Democratic ballot in the mail. A Republican voter will get a Republican ballot in the mail. Which ballot does an unaffiliated voter get in the mail? Because we're a mail system primarily. And the question is, do we invent a new ballot, a third ballot style that would include both parties, or do we provide them both of the ballots that the clerks have already produced and printed, which is the Democrat ballot and the Republican ballot? And this bill has the clerks send them both ballots and clarifies that if a voter obviously votes both of those ballots, their vote will be thrown out, which is actually mentioned specifically in the ballot measures that voters approved. But it basically says that if you're an unaffiliated voter, you will automatically get both ballots mailed to you, period. And you as an unaffiliated voter can decide every single election which of those ballots you return to participate in that race. It does not say if you voted the Democratic ballot that year, you will always get a Democratic ballot. It does not say that. It also doesn't say that for the Republican side. If you vote the Republican ballot, you will not always get a Republican ballot. It says that if you vote a Democratic ballot, the next election, the exact same thing will happen where you will get mailed both ballots again, and you once again can decide which ballot to return, the Democrat or the Republican ballot. That, we think, is the way that makes the most sense to implement the will of the voters in the spirit of those two ballot measures, and also is a manner to ensure two things. One is that there is consistency across the state. Right now, some counties cannot process a combined ballot, a ballot with both parties on it. Other counties say they can. However, it's a curious situation when you have a congressional race, for instance, that covers multiple counties. If you have very different ballot styles and therefore different spoilage rates, because a super ballot, a combined ballot, has shown in other states that more votes will be thrown out because accidentally someone will be tempted to vote in both primaries if it's on the same ballot. So there's an issue there, and since not all counties can implement a super ballot process, it makes a lot more sense just to say unaffiliateds get two ballots. They get to decide each and every election which one they return, and that's the primary election they will be participating in.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of additional points. I certainly agree wholeheartedly with what the good senator from Boulder County has just explained. But a couple of other elements that I think are important to consider with this bill is that he mentioned the spoilage rate, which is an unfortunate reality to any election. There are some times when the clerk gets a ballot back and it doesn't work for one reason or another, and that ballot, even though it was sent by a bona fide voter who intended on showing their on casting their vote in a certain way, it's not clear enough to actually admit it, or there's some errors there that make it impossible. Well, the dilemma we have with two elections being conducted at the same time is if the ballot contains both elections, then that's where the spoilage occurs, because you can't vote in both elections. You have to choose one or the other. And what we've found, it was up in Washington State where they attempted this, and they had to abandon this mechanism of putting a combined ballot before the voters, is they had a tremendously high spoilage rate, anywhere from a few percentage points in some counties up to, I think there was one or two counties that it was in excess of 10%. It was, and if you translate that into hundreds of thousands or millions of voters or ballots, there are a lot of legitimate citizens who have been prevented from voting. So it is of the highest priority, and this is something that the Secretary of State's office made very clear. It's a high priority to make it as crystal clear and straightforward as possible, and that's why the two separate ballots make much more sense, to ensure that people truly can vote and that vote can be counted. That's one important point. The other is some who opposed the bill came and said, well, it's just too soon to do this. It's too quick. We need to wait on this and think it through, and then next January let's come back and pass something for the upcoming election. The Secretary of State's office spoke to that very directly, and I believe, anybody who wants to say, oh, I'm not going to support this because we can do this next January, pointed out that the Secretary of State's office must establish rules for the counties to follow in the upcoming primary election, and that process takes a very long time. If we wait until January to open it up statutorily, we will find that the Secretary of State will have made many of these decisions without us. And that is not reflecting the will of the people, that's reflecting the bureaucratic mechanisms. And even the Secretary of State, the Assistant Secretary who spoke, said she didn't want to see that. She wanted to see the legislature weigh in first and foremost, give our focused intent in statute, which they can then move to implement as clearly as possible. So if anybody wants to say, yeah, this is just too soon, too quick, sure, I'd love to be doing this 3 months ago, but we aren't. We're doing it now, and it is the best time we have available between now and the next election.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick thing to add before we allow others to speak on this. I think it's important to note that we are in the end of session. However, this is a conversation that the Secretary of State's office, the county clerks, the proponents of the original ballot measures have been having over the last several months. This is where those conversations have gotten us to. And the Secretary of State's office is in support of this bill, and the County Clerks Association, as far as I know, have not been able to take a formal position, but they are currently neutral. Definitely, we've had conversations about things that they may or may not be concerned about, but overall, I think it's, from my interpretation of what I've heard them say in committee, overall, they think this is in the right direction, and there are some really good things in here for them. I don't know of any county clerks that have come out in opposition to the bill. I know Denver has raised some concerns, but they have not, as far as I know, taken an opposed position, and they are neutral as well.
Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Just very briefly, I want to explain why I voted no in committee and my concerns on this. I want to say thank you to the sponsors. They have put far more work into this than I have put into it. I think they've put far more work into this than all the rest of us combined. But we have a couple of days left. In talking with the county clerks, they had confirmed that, yes, there were some good things in here. There were also some other areas where they were potentially concerned, but that they could likely do all of this without us passing a bill. And so then the question we ask ourselves is, what's the advantage to passing the bill? And there are some advantages to passing the bill. One of the advantages is we narrow it down and we give a clear direction for the next, I think it's 14 months until the next primary, and we have to address this issue. And that is an advantage. It's something to plan to, it's something to staff to, it's something to program systems to, all of which are going to have to be done by our clerks. But at the same time, it also limits some of our options. And it limits some of the options that were put very specifically in the amendment, the state law, Prop 108, that voters passed. And I'm concerned about limiting those options until we've had more of a hearing. Perhaps if this were a month ago, we get some answers on this. My hesitation, and the reason I will very respectfully vote no on this today, is that we're going down a path that doesn't leave us enough time to vet one of the most important things we do here. Namely, we set the process and the rules by which people vote. And I worry that it is a little bit disrespectful to people who voted on this, something I didn't necessarily agree with when it was at the ballot, but have done it, and now we're immediately taking some of those options away. So, Mr. Chair and colleagues, thank you for your work. Thank you for the debate I know we're having today. I still have enough hesitations about going forward this quickly, this late in the session, that I will be a no vote.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read L006?
Amendment L006 to Senate Bill 305 by
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L006.
Senator Jones.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this amendment does is pretty simple, really. It says that presidential and vice presidential candidates need to release their tax forms if they want to be on the Colorado ballot. We think this is important for a couple of reasons, and it applies to everybody, right? Regardless of party. And we have a lot of candidates in different parties. But we want to make sure, and the voters have a right to know about conflicts or potential conflicts of interest, as well as, if people are avoiding taxes and that kind of thing, and they're paying their fair share. So this is an issue you could argue on either side of the party spectrum. More recently, it's become more of an issue because we have a president that has a lot of ties overseas. We don't know what's going on, and there could be more potential ties, conflict issues in their ethics investigations and all that kind of thing going on. And I think the general public should know where presidential candidates get their money and if they have a conflict, because in the end, just like us, we work for the public. So they have a right to know this. So I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to point out how important getting information like a tax return is for voters. And specifically, we're talking about in a primary election. This is specifically in order to get your name on the ballot for the general election. And so it's really important that we get this information to voters as soon as possible so that they can make an informed decision on the candidates in their party that will be, at some point, one of them will be going on to the general election. And that's why I think it's so important that we include this with this bill that is specifically about primary elections. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Senator Lundberg?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be rather brief on this. I recommend a no vote. And I find it rather curious that this deals with only one office rather than dealing with, if this is really such a great idea, then Why is it not covering members of Congress, or I should say candidates for Congress, candidates for the United States Senate, candidates for the office of governor, treasurer, attorney general, secretary of state, state senate, state house, state school board, local school boards. The list goes on and on. I suspect that this amendment, well, it falls far short of the mark of transparency if it doesn't include, at a minimum, this body.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, if somebody wants to do an amendment to that effect, they should do that. It would show just how middle class most of us are, I think. But the difference is presidents work with foreign governments. We don't. We try to through resolutions and letters to Santa Claus. But the difference is there could be conflicts of interest overseas. I mean, this whole Russian thing, we don't know what's going on with that. It's a very important thing to our democracy to know. And it has all sorts of facets and twists and turns. And if somebody had business dealings with somebody overseas, you would want to know that ahead of time. And so that's the difference. It's foreign policy. We don't do it. We try to do it. We're not supposed to do it. But presidents really do it all the time. And there's a real issue around that that people, the constituents, the voters ought to know about ahead of time.
On L006. Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L006. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it, and L006 is lost. To Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I was a no vote on Senate Bill 305 and appropriations, and I'll likely be a no vote on third reading, and I want to explain why. This is an issue that's very important to me. I carried the bill that would have allowed unaffiliated voters to participate in primaries before it actually went to the voters and was validated by the voters. I think it's an issue of fairness. I think it's an issue of participation. I think it's an issue of democracy. And I'm very glad that voters have validated that unaffiliated voters can and should be able to help select the nominees that will eventually represent them in elected office. The issues I have with Senate Bill 305 are a few. For one, the ballot language that was originally proposed by voters specifically asked for a single combined ballot, Democrats on one side, Republicans on the other, no cross-voting in between the two, but it specifically specified that in the ballot language. Now we're saying, well, forget that. Sorry, voters. We don't buy it. We don't believe it'll work, so we're going to change the process. We haven't even tried it yet. We haven't even tried to make it work. And that's what voters asked us for. The original ballot language actually contained a clause, a provision that said if it's not practicable, then yes, you can use this other process of sending two ballots to a voter, one Democrats, one Republicans. But instead of at least trying to uphold the will of the voters, we're going to change the process before. We should at least try. We should at least validate what the voters have asked us to do. I just want to make one small clarification as well. There's disagreement between county clerks about whether or not this can work. And the Denver City and County Clerk, Deborah Johnson, is formally opposed to Senate Bill 305. She let me know that. So this is an issue where there's not agreement, and we should take a little bit more time to figure out what is the best process for extending this new right to unaffiliated voters. And for that reason, I am opposed to Senate Bill 305.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think this, I want to thank the senator from Commerce City for raising these points, because I think it's important. When voters, well, I guess I'll start even before voters discussed this at the ballot box and during the election. And as we know, when ballot measures are getting put together, there's a process to set the title. And there was a long conversation at the title board around how to succinctly and accurately explain the key pieces of what these measures will do, so voters know the essential elements of what they're voting on. And there was a long conversation and a lot of back and forth on exactly how to set this title, because as we know, whether we think this is a good thing or not, most voters probably read the title on their ballot and probably are not taking out their highlighter and their markers and studying that blue book as late night reading every night leading up to the election. And that conversation was discussed, and specifically the piece around the implementation of should this be one ballot or two ballots was discussed at that title board hearing. And the conclusion was that it will not be in the title because it's not an essential element of implementing what this ballot measure will do. That was actually discussed. The transcripts show that there was a back and forth, and the ruling was, yes, this is actually not an essential piece, not an essential element of what voters would actually be approving or denying at the ballot box when they got their ballot. And I want to read just a very small piece of that transcript of that conversation. When the opponents asked for it to be in the title, the proponents, the ones supporting these measures during the election, said, "This detail is simply a procedural technicality that relates to the format of the ballots that would be given to unaffiliated voters. It is not one of the initiative's material elements or central to the purpose of the measure," and goes on to say it is highly unlikely that it would be an essential piece of information that the voter should know on if they would vote yes or no on this. And it goes on to say that the decision on if the voter will eventually get one ballot or two ballots, it actually says it refers to it as technical minutia. Technical minutia is probably not what voters generally vote on their ballot. That is the incredibly exciting stuff we do here every single morning, is the technical minutia of implementing our laws. And that's what this bill is. This is a benign bill. This is, although I'm very proud of it, unfortunately some people call it technical minutia. That's kind of what it is. This implements the spirit and the will of voters because the Secretary of State's office, several county clerks, legislators, others have come to an agreement or at least come to a consensus on the way forward, because they feel like it is not practical to require all the counties to do two ballots, to do one ballot. And if you can't require all of them to do one ballot, there's a major problem with consistency when you have a congressional district, for instance, where one county is mailing out one ballot and the other county is mailing out two ballots. One county that has said that they would not be able to do a combined ballot is Douglas County. It's a large county, a lot of people that will be getting a very different ballot and therefore will have different spoilage rates than a neighboring county that could be in a congressional district. And frankly, I think in a lot of ways that would be a disaster and could lead to lawsuits and litigation. And also, if there's a very close primary in these counties, for instance, without the two ballot scenario and without having consistency across counties, I have no idea how you would do a recount. I don't know how you would do an audit of the election if in one county you know who voted in your primary, and in another county, it's a black box and you actually have no idea. Because unaffiliated voters, you know that they voted, but you don't know which ballot or which party they voted for. So how would you have consistency across counties and get an accurate recount and truly understand and know the results of your primary race if it's a close one? And that's why I think at the end of the day, this is the legislature's job, is to implement something that voters passed statutorily, and I would argue that's probably why it didn't go the constitutional route, because at that time it was just as easy to put something into the Constitution. And frankly, I'm really glad they didn't, because there are small changes that need to happen for this to occur and to be put into place in a way that makes sense and is equitable and lends itself to ensuring that Colorado continues to have election integrity across the board for our primary elections as well as our general elections.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, as you all know, we only have, 3 days left. And here we are rushing through a very important piece of legislation that has not been fully vetted. All of our clerks are not in agreement with this. We don't have harmony as it relates to this. And when the people voted for 107 and 108, they did say they wanted to have a one-page ballot. And now we are deciding to change the rules. We don't have agreement in reference to what this legislation is introducing. I think this is going to cause confusion. We need to slow this down. This is something that we can make sure that we have all the appropriate people at the table to make sure that we get this right. We should not be rushing through this process. And so I'm encouraging a no vote on Senate Bill 305.
Senator Lindberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of, probably clarification of perception, which is, did the voters say we want unaffiliated voters to have the ability to vote in either the Republican or the Democrat election, or did they say we want a one-page ballot? I would submit to you that the debate, discussion, and decision had to do with, can unaffiliated voters vote in either the Republican or the Democrat election, rather than the specific expectation that we put it on one page. Problem if you put it on one page is you're going to have a great deal of spoilage, and a lot of people are in reality never going to vote because of the mistakes that occur.
Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add, I have the actual ballot titles in front of me, and for Proposition 108, it reads, shall there be a change to the Colorado Revised Statutes concerning the process of selecting candidates representing political parties on a general election ballot and connection therewith allowing an unaffiliated elector to vote in the primary election of a political party without declaring an affiliation with that party and permitting a political party in specific circumstances to select all of its candidates by assembly or convention instead of by primary election. That mentions nothing about if it's one ballot, if it's one page, if it's 2 pages, if it's 2 pieces of paper, 1 piece of paper, 12 pieces of paper. It says, should unaffiliated voters be able to vote in a primary, and in doing so still not have to designate themselves as a Democrat or Republican. That's what this bill would implement successfully. And I want to make sure we don't totally lose track of the last part. It says if the party wants to, they can cancel their primary altogether. I would argue that the best reason to cancel your primary and instead do it all through the assembly route, which is a much smaller group of people, and I would argue, I would remind you, includes no unaffiliateds, because if it's a party assembly, that means everyone is part of that party and can't be unaffiliated to be there and vote. They may be incentivized to go that route if everything turns into a debacle because the way it was written, and if we don't fix a few little pieces, they will have lawsuits and major problems and potentially an embarrassing situation for the political parties. I would argue that's part of the reason why we had these ballot measures is because people were sick of the caucus system. If a party thinks that they can't implement this, or if there is high spoilage rates, or if there are lawsuits because of inconsistencies across county lines, they will cancel their primaries, making it so 0 unaffiliateds can vote in the primary. And that, I would argue, is the absolute opposite of what voters were asking for when they approved these measures.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not fundamentally opposed to this bill, but would love maybe a high-level explanation from the sponsors as to why the timing of it. Obviously, this has been around for a long time as an issue. Would love a little more explanation about that.
Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I mean, let's keep in mind this was only passed by voters in 2016. So although this conversation has existed for a long time, and in fact, it was a conversation in last year's legislature, we've only had since, this is our first legislative session that we could have passed them to implement 107 and 108. So that's why we're having it now instead of last legislative session, because those ballot measures didn't pass until this past November. And the reason why we need to do it, I would argue, this legislative session is because for 2 reasons. One, the Secretary of State's office has made it very clear that they need to implement rules. They need to do rulemaking. And they would do that this summer in anticipation for the upcoming primary elections. And so this legislation would just clarify how they should be making those rules and the way to do it. The second is, I'm pretty sure primary candidates, maybe there are a few in here, I'm not sure, I haven't checked, but I'm sure they want to know what the rules of the game are going to be. And I would argue, doing it now is much better than doing it a handful of months before the primaries actually occur, so people just understand what the process will be.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologize, I probably should have been more clear. I guess my question is, why so late in this legislative session?
Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that the Secretary of State's office, several county clerks, proponents, et cetera, have been having this conversation for the last few months. I think the two of us were sort of recently notified or learned that this is something that really, if we don't pass, the money won't be there, potentially, to implement it, but also that the rulemaking is pretty important and needs to happen in the Secretary of State's office. The normal schedule that they would do it is this summer. So why is it today instead of 2 weeks ago? I think that's just a matter of the legislative process and interested parties in discussions. It's been a topic at the Bipartisan Election Administration Commission, I think is what it stands for, several times, and there have been many public and private meetings and just discussing the best way forward on this.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick little addition to that. One quick answer is it's a whole lot better than this time next week. And the reality is, I've been, this is my 15th time of sitting here looking at 4 more days in the session. And if you look back over the past 100 and, X number of days that we've been here, we've been busy doing a lot of things and even to the very end. And this is a big deal that comes up at the end of the time, but it's before us here and now. And if this were a month ago with this bill sitting here right now, we would still be doing the same thing. It's the same process. The only distinction I would see is if we were here next January or February, we would realize that most of the water's already flown under the bridge, and the clerks would already be deep in the process of sorting out the particulars of the primary. This is the appropriate time to move forward, and it's the best time we have. And I recommend that we continue supporting this effort.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one of the things that I neglected to say in my earlier comments is that I do believe that the sponsors, the proponents of this bill, are in good faith trying to make this new reality work. I do believe that. The challenges I have with this bill is that I think it's still too far skewed in favor of political parties. All of us that represent a community in this body belong to one political party or the other, the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. But we're actually not representative of the Colorado electorate as a whole. The plurality of Colorado voters are actually unaffiliated, independent, haven't affiliated with either side. And in the ballot initiative that they passed, we are extending a right to them. We are extending the right for them to help us choose the nominees that will eventually represent them in elected office. That is not a right that we should take lightly. So we should get it right. And there is not unanimous agreement on this bill.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a little point of clarification on one thing. In fact, the majority of the registered voters in the state of Colorado are affiliated with a major party. It is true that if you lined up Republican, Democrat, and unaffiliate, you find that the largest group of the three are unaffiliated. But in fact, if you look at the electorate as a whole, the majority still ascribe to one party or the other. This does open it up, and okay, admittedly, I didn't support the measure. I do believe that it's an odd combination to take someone who says I'm not affiliated with this party and give them the authority to vote for that party's nominee. But it is the reality, and that's what I'm trying to do here, is to find the system that works well and ensures that every vote cast is counted. Hence, I'm concerned about the spoilage rate. And secondly, that every election conducted is as verifiable as possible. In other words, can we have confidence in the system? And that's what we've tried to do, is find those elements in this, this construction of how a primary works that still provides enough elements to conduct a recount if that's necessary. For example, a recount that really has a meaningful result. And it's for those reasons that I've wrestled with the particulars here to find the best solution. I think we have the best that we can find, and do again ask for an aye vote.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And although I haven't read the entire piece of legislation, one of the things that I did have a question about was on the, I will say, fiscal note. Because it says here that while agencies were canvassed for this fiscal note, not all agencies responded with complete information due to time constraints, and therefore the fiscal note should not be considered preliminary, but there could be updates. So what we have on the fiscal note is what it could cost, maybe not what it's going to cost. So I was just kind of concerned, and if you look at the out years, it's pretty costly to the general fund. So I'm just kind of wondering if we could talk about that just a bit.
Senator Lundberg.
Certainly, thank you. That's an excellent question. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to dive into the costs. If you look at the fiscal note, there's a very big number for the next presidential election year. That number is going to be there whether or not this bill moves forward, because that's simply acknowledging the reality of what the people of Colorado put in, which is we will conduct a presidential primary election. So don't blame the bill on that fiscal note. It is simply reflecting that the elements that are described herein do, in fact, require that much money to implement. But we're going to be spending that money whether or not this bill moves forward.
Any further discussion on 305? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 305. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 305 is adopted. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion for the body is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
Oh.
That's okay.
Committee will come to order. Senator Cook. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee will hold Blake's lead reports that are in consideration. The following attached bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendations of their own. Senate Bill 267 is amended. Senate Bill 305 is amended. Passed on second read. Order gross opposed to the calendar for the reading and final passage.
Senator Cook.
Mr. President, I move for the adoption of the report.
Motion before us is the adoption of the report to the committee of the whole. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read Senator Neville's amendment? Committee of the Whole Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 267. Senator Neville, please read the amendment first.
Committee of the Whole Amendment 001.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw Committee of the Whole Amendment 001.
That amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Carpenter, please. Mr. Carpenter, please read Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole regarding Senate Bill 305.
Committee of the Whole Amendment 001.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move 001. Members, what this does is says that presidential and vice presidential candidates have to divulge their tax returns before they're put on the ballot in Colorado, and I ask for a aye vote.
Senator Lundberg.
For many of the reasons stated before, I would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole and Senate Bill 305. Are there any no votes? Senator Lundberg, Senator Scott, Majority Leader Holbert, Senator Smallwood, Senator Coram, Senator Neville, Senator Cook, Senator Marble, Senator Hill, Senator Crowder, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Priola, Senator Tate, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Lambert, Senator Baumgardner. There he is. Senator Gardner. Please add the president. With 17 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Committee of the Whole Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 305 is lost. Question before the body is the adoption of the report to the Committee of the Whole. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 267 is amended. Senate Bill 305 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special order second reading of bills consent calendar at the hour of 1:19 p.m. today, consisting of Senate Bill 12, 19, 183, and 306.
The motion is for the Senate to take up special orders at the hour of 1:19 p.m. The motion requires a two-thirds vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted, and the Senate will take up the bills on special orders at the hour of 1:19 p.m. Special order, second reading of bills. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
The motion is for the Senate to resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills calendar. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills calendar. Senator Cook will take the chair.
Committee will come to order. Court rule is lax. Will the clerk please read the titles to the bills on special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 12 by Senator Martinez-Humanic, Representative Lee, concerning competency restoration services for defendants deemed incompetent to proceed. Senate Bill 19 by Senator Martinez-Humanic, Representative Singer, concerning increasing medication consistency for persons with mental illness in the criminal and juvenile justice systems. Senate Bill 183 by Senator Gardner, concerning the authority for the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs to make grants related to the USS Colorado and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. Senate Bill 306 by Senator Lambert and Representative Hamner, concerning a direct transfer of money from the high-cost support mechanism to broadband deployment grant applicants with proposed broadband development projects that have been approved by the Broadband Deployment Board for a grant award and in connection therewith requiring segregation of funds for basic voice service from funds for broadband deployment.
Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the four bills on the special order second reading bills consent calendar consisting of Senate Bill 12 and the Judiciary Committee report and Appropriations Committee report, Senate Bill 19 with the Judiciary Committee report and Appropriations Committee report, Senate Bill 183 with the Appropriations Committee report, and Senate Bill 306.
Is there any discussion on the committee reports? Seeing none, the motion from the body is the adoption of the committee reports. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee reports are adopted. Motion for the body is the adoption of the four bills on special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Bills are adopted. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion for the body is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
Just making sure. Senate will come to order. Senator Cook.
Mr. President, your committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee whole begs lead report has had in consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendation. Number one, Senate Bill 12 as amended, Senate Bill 19 as amended, Senate Bill 183 as amended, Senate Bill 306 passed on second read order and gross place the calendar for third reading final passage.
Senator Cook.
Mr. President, I move for the adoption of the report.
Motion for the body is the adoption of the report to the committee of the whole. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 12 is amended, Senate Bill 19 is amended, Senate Bill 183 is amended, Senate Bill 306 passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Committee reports.
May 1st, 2017, Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology, after consideration of mayor's committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 155 be referred to the committee of the whole with a favorable recommendation.
Message from the House.
The House has voted to receive from disposition on Senate Bill 111 and has repassed the bill as amended by the Senate. The bill is returned herewith. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1070 as per in the House Journal April 28, 2017. Has repassed the bill as amended. The House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1087, 1113, 1274, and has repassed the bills as so amended. The House has adopted and transmits herewith House Journal Resolution 1032 as printed in the House Journal May 5, 2017. The House has postponed indefinitely Senate Bill 253. The bill is returned herewith.
Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1278 by Representative Exum and Pedersen and Senators Garcia and Guzman concerning the deposit of proceeds from the tax on insurance premiums to the local firefighter safety and disease prevention fund.
State, Veterans, and Military Affairs.
House Bill 1352 by Representative Winter and Senator Moreno concerning the regulation of student loan services.
State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. Announcements. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we will recess here in just a few minutes, depending on how many other announcements there might be. The Appropriations Committee will meet here in the well. And if you look at today's Senate calendar on page 6, there were 3 bills that were not heard this morning that will be heard in the well, and that is all that will be heard in the well here. Those are House Bills 1306, 1329, and 1340. 1306, 1329, and 1340. I understand from the chairman that the other bills on the list were heard this morning, but those 3 were not. So appropriations will meet here when we are completely done with announcements. So I also have a memo here from Legislative Council staff. They're asking for your feedback on fiscal note process, on the fiscal note process. Staff will be sending you an email with a web link for a short online survey concerning fiscal notes and the fiscal note process. The survey should take you about 5 minutes or less to complete and can be done anonymously. Staff will use the information collected to improve the quality of the services they provide. Please watch for an invitation to take the survey, and staff hopes to have a completed survey from as many members as possible by the end of next week. Thank you. Mr. President, I'll step aside and let others offer announcements, but several people have asked, are we coming back? No. Appropriations is going to meet. We'll leave the today. We're going to leave the desk open. There are some committee reports. There may actually be some House bills coming over, so we'll leave the desk open. You do not need to return. But as soon as appropriations is done, then we would allow finance to meet, and I believe they have 10 bills on their list. So if you're looking for something to do this afternoon, I'm sure they would enjoy your company in finance.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Or do we want to allow other announcements first before we do that?
We can go ahead and do the motion and then do the announcements, and then we can. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that the Senate stand in recess so that to allow the Appropriations Committee to meet here in the well.
We do not need to stand in. Okay. Withdraw that motion. Let's go ahead and do announcements.
That's what. Okay.
Okay. We'll do it your way. Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President, and then therefore I can tell the rest of the Senate that appropriations will also be meeting on Monday at 8:30. This is a bit unusual. It's final 3 days. That's the way it works. We don't have a complete list of all the bills that will be heard, but if it's headed towards appropriate, you can pretty much guess that it's going to be there. So appropriations on Monday, and of course appropriations as soon as we recess here.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Joint Budget Committee has recessed sine die until June 20th, and we're laying over the balance of our calendar until that date. Thank you.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, you may recall earlier this week we had a House joint resolution talking about some of the challenges that children whose parents have died in the line of duty face. And we were challenged by the House to help raise scholarship dollars for these young people. And the House has raised a total of $956. The goal was to raise $1,500 to extend the scholarship. And so my colleague and I have a plea for you to help us raise the balance of what we need to do to meet the challenge to provide a scholarship to a young person who mother or father has been lost in the line of duty.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. So my colleague from Aurora and I will be around to see you. Also, over the weekend, I'm going to print up some envelopes for this purpose and have them placed out on your desk, and we'll come around and ask you for your envelope back. And since we'll be here together so much next week, we'll have time to find you. So truly, if you could find some in your budget for this worthy cause for the children of the fallen, we would appreciate it. And the senator from Aurora and I will be around to see you. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues in Finance, we have Finance Committee coming up this afternoon. We have 10 bills. Regarding the order of bills, we're going to change some things around to help a couple of people get out of town here. But House Bill, we will start out with the last two bills on the list, House Bill 1351 and House Bill 1119 being heard first and second. Everything else will follow in order.
Are there any further announcements? Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I move that we recess and grant permission to our esteemed Appropriations Committee to meet in the well.
The motion is to recess and grant permission to allow our esteemed Appropriations Committee to meet in the well. Is that it, verbatim?
Yes, Mr. President.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will be in recess, and the Appropriations Committee is granted permission to meet in the well.